Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Sunshine Coast Regional District Finance Committee meeting for Monday, January 13th, 2025. It's 9:31 a.m. I'd like to call this meeting to order and acknowledge that the Sunshine Coast Regional District is located on the traditional territory of the Shishel and Squamish Nations. Directors, we do have an agenda in front of us today. Are there any changes to make to this agenda? If not, I look for a motion to adopt as presented. Moved, seconded. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Just before we get going, I wanted to take a moment, sort of how we're going to work through our agenda today, both for us and for those following along at home. On our table, we do have a number of sheets that are stapled together. These are sample recommendations for us. And for those following along at home, I ask, like we did in round one, when you make the recommendation, read the whole recommendation rather than just say option 2 of the menu. We're going to start with with a presentation sort of from the round one update before we go through the next couple of items for information, and then we're going to go in camera. My hope is that we will be out of in camera before lunchtime and that we might actually get through the whole agenda today. We'll see how the day takes us. But if we do need more time, of course, we will recess till 9:30 Tuesday morning to finish. So with that, can I have a motion to receive all the reports, please? Moved, seconded. All those in favor? That's carried. And with that, we will move right into item 4.1, 2025 round 2 budget overview, and over to our interim CAO.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just share my screen here. All right. So the first slide here is really a retrospective of 2024, and this was shared earlier or later last week as we were doing one of our first inaugural intergovernmental presentations. So we have our groundwater drilling, bio cover there, our fire smoke program, installation of meters in various parks projects, and a new Zamboni. So today I'm just going to do an update on the various communications and engagement that have happened since round 1 and highlight some of the emerging items coming into round 2 and provide some of the figures as we head into round 2. We also have our budget book that has been or will be published on our website today as well, and just give a little bit of an update on next steps related to our corporate plan and work prioritizations. So again, as I mentioned, on January the 9th afternoon, we held our first inaugural intergovernmental budget presentations where all local governments came together to present their various budgets. So that was very well attended by our various member municipalities, and it was open to the public and is available on each of our websites. So as well, we have various directors going to their community groups, doing various budget presentations. So I think those are still ongoing, and various communications within public media and our Let's Talk page have been provided. So again, just highlighting our board strategic plan and the focus areas that we're highlighting for the budget this year, which are water stewardship and solid waste solutions. And so those are what we focus on as we lead into our budget deliberations. And so some of the emerging items coming into round 2 is we have a lot of projects that through various committees that will be impacting, we have not recommended project options that are coming for decision today, and so there's some staff reports there. We do have some projects that have resulted in project funding that need some decisions. We also have an update on the transit annual operating agreement, and so those weren't available at the round 1. And we also have various things coming through agenda right up until January 23rd that are actually not on this agenda. That will impact our final budget adoption. And those are due to some various funding project shortfalls. And again, based on the contractual funding decisions for the compensation and MRDT, so those were not provided at the round 1 deliberations. So here is just an updated what-if tax scenario, and this illustrates if all of the the items within the package today were included in the budget, what the impact to property taxation would be. So it varies all the way over to over 7%, and the overall is just over 5%. Again, this was provided at the round one budget deliberations just to really understand what a 1% impact is for each area as far as the budget proposals. We also have our preliminary staffing plan here and a what-if scenario for the 2025 budget. So there are a few staffing decisions to happen today. And so next steps related to our corporate planning and prioritization. So that's still a work in progress, and we hope to complete that after the budget's adopted. And so essentially we need to amend our resourcing plan to account for a 35-hour work week, as the board felt that it was overstated. And so we want a little bit more realistic picture of what our capacity is within the organization. We're still working through our board directives and the new proposals for this year, and so those will be incorporated into the next iteration. At the December 7th workshop, the board provided some information related to some of their board priorities, so we'll be going through those again as we adopt the budget. There was recognition that we needed to create a document and a work plan that segregated our various departments in addition to an overall corporate plan, and that was recognizing the regional district model of how things get facilitated through resourcing. And we also wanted to provide an update on essentially the red line, so where capacity was met, and so what was below the line and what was above the line, as well as incorporating the operational projects, so those items within the budget project status report, but not necessarily items within service plans. The current corporate plan focuses on extraordinary projects, so we have to come to some consensus as far as what will be included in the operational plan, because the goal is to just have one reporting tool instead of having multiple reporting tools. So again, the goal is to have this all completed after budget's adopted, so it's something that we continue to provide publicly and that we can work with the board. From a budget timeline, today we're concluding our budget deliberations, and we plan to adopt the bylaw on February 13th. The board has been working towards moving the budget timelines, and this is pretty consistent with the rest of especially regional districts within the province, just acknowledging that approving our budget as soon as possible within year end to be able to approve items to start working on them as soon as possible. So February 13th is the day we look to be approving our bylaw. So again, we just wanted to reiterate that the public is able to access all of our information on our website with agendas, and we do have a dedicated Let's Talk page, and if people have questions, they can filter them through that particular venue as well. So I'll stop sharing my screen and take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Directors, any questions for the CAO before we move into the rest of our agenda? Director Gabius.
Thank you, Chair. Don't know if it's a question or more of a comment. During the intergovernmental budget presentations, I was really excited to see what District of Sechelt and Town of Gibsons are both doing prior to budget, the community engagement happening prior to budget, asking what the priorities are. And I'm wondering if that's something that, has the SCRD done this in the past? And would it be possible, if so, would it be possible to bring this back this coming year going into the next budget?
Going into the 2026
Right,
budget?
yeah.
Good question. CAO?
Yes, and the appropriate sort of thoughtful way to approach these types of changes going into our next budget is the budget debrief is an area that we always look to how to improve the next year's budget, and so what worked well, what areas can we improve upon, everything from the type of resource material that's provided to process. So one of the improvements from last year was having directors lead their engagement with their community group. So timing of that most certainly can happen well before the budget is presented. And I think we have various engagements throughout the year that also inform the budget. So it's how do we meld those two together and engage the public on a specific area. I think some of the other, if I could, Chair, recognition at the intergovernmental is the regional district. So Area B presenting to their public would be quite different holistically, and I think that's always been something that we have tried to explore on how we can improve upon focusing a community group's budget decision and having it for the whole entire SCRD.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I'm back on page something. Let me look. It's in your presentation anyways, and it's the one that called Next Steps, Corporate Planning and Priorities. I was good until I got down to the red line indicator adjustments and concurrent operation plans being done after the budget was approved, because we could have some operation plans that move a project that we want below the red line, and that also includes projects that haven't been finished or proposed projects for 2025 that end up below the red line. But we would like to reshuffle the deck. And you can't do that after the budget's been finalized. It seems like that's the wrong time to me, if I've got it right, if I understand what was said.
Sorry, before I go to the CAO, I actually think that's backwards in that we can't really shuffle the deck until we know how many cards are in the deck. And I think that's what the budget process gets us, is how many projects are in the deck for us to reshuffle when we get to the prioritization. But I'll look to the CAO for additional comments.
So the budget and the red line resourcing, the budget will essentially add additional projects, but the impact, and if the board has signaled that things are a higher priority, those are not the same process. Those are different. So one is approving the actual dollars into the budget, but you aren't necessarily approving the time and the prioritization of that particular project. As part of these budget deliberations, those would be subsequent to the budget. I think that staff, when they have put forward this year the not recommended projects, those were because there was already an assessment done that they recognized that it far exceeded their capacity, and there's in any realm those would take significant additional resources or some various dropping of other priorities to put them ahead of those projects that are on the prioritization right now. On December 7th, the board indicated to us what they saw as some priorities, including things that they saw were less so of a priority. So we have to come back together and reconcile those, including the projects that were just approved. So it's not finalized yet. It's just, I think, acknowledgement that the regional district right now has, in every department, more projects than it has capacity to complete within the time frame that we're looking at. And we also acknowledged that some projects are multi-year in nature, and we have to contemplate that too, as far as how the red line is illustrated.
Follow-up, Director Lee?
Yeah, my concern is, of course, is that we're taxing years early for something that's not going to be done in subsequent years, and that isn't something I'd like to do. If I'm taxing my residents, their assumption is that those projects are going to be worked that year, that the taxation is actually that year or the next year. But if that's not the case, I don't quite know how to explain that to them,
And I
or to
think,
myself for that matter.
and I think fundamentally, that's where we're trying to get to with the prioritization, is making sure that when we do start seeing new projects coming forward, we know where they're going to fit within the ability to get them done in the next year or two. That's a new tool that we've been only working on the last 7 months. So we got a ways to go with it still, right? Yeah. Director Bax.
Yeah, on this question with the corporate work plan, and so with the approvals that we create over the next day or two, being populating the corporate work plan, and then we will be able to see where they sit within the red line. I imagine we will have an opportunity to direct staff through a reprioritization of these projects if we see that something's above or below the red line. And I was wondering if we would have a chance to do so before the adoption of the budget, whereas we could, if we are deferring certain things that are below the red line, then we could avoid taxing in advance, as Director Lee was pointing out. This tool, I think, gives us a great opportunity to do that kind of work. I know it's a short timeline, but if we put our heads together and we can create a prioritization of the projects that we've approved, and if we can see that it's below the red line, perhaps we can defer these projects before adoption of budget.
That's an interesting discussion point. Yeah, the prioritization, I see the prioritization work as independent of the budget process. We'll see if sorry, CAO, go ahead.
I would say for 2025, we're not in a position to, well, we actually did have various points where there were some items within the carry forwards for pre-budget. We did defer some projects. On December 7th, there were no indications of projects, very clear delineations from the board that there were projects that the board wanted to discontinue. That was the purpose of that one of the purposes related to that one was in preparation for round 2 and in preparation for the final carry forwards. But there wasn't any clear signal by the board as to wanting to move things. From a prioritization, there's 2 parts. One is, do you still want projects to, when capacity becomes available, do you want them in the budget to be able to take advantage and work on them? We haven't really had those decisions or solidified the process. So that's, I think, because we haven't solidified those process pieces, that we aren't in a position for 2025 budget to make those clear delineations. If the board sees anything within past projects that they'd want to remove off the budget, that hasn't been signaled back to staff yet over and above. So I think that one of the things we considered when providing the carry forwards and the prioritization was the status of those particular projects. And so doing an analysis of has nothing happened and the various consequences associated with abandoning projects, that too hasn't been presented to the board. So that would have to be provided in conjunction with wanting to abandon projects. So I don't think even if we postponed budget and wanted to do that work before like the March 31st date, I'm not quite sure we would be in a position to do that. I think for this particular budget, that is why we characterized projects in the way that we did. Mandatory base budget, things to maintain existing service levels, things that were strategic, discretionary, and not recommended. And so that too is with the lens of capacity, that we're saying if you approve these things below those criteria, that it would have further impact to the capacity analysis.
Follow-up, Director Bax, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that information, CAO. From the language that I heard, I understand that this is a new tool for us, and that the ask that I've brought up may be a little too ambitious for the 2025 budget. But I believe that if we keep this in mind, we may be able to use it more effectively in the 2026 budget.
Thank you.
Is that my understanding?
Maybe. We'll see how the year shapes up, and how the board sort of adopts the tool as the year goes forward. Director McMahon?
Yeah, I won't get into all the chickens and eggs that are out there, but our intergovernmental budget meeting last week, I thought was a good opportunity for the local governments to sit down and talk about our budgets. But one of the things identified at that meeting, I feel, was that we need a forecast of major capital projects that are coming at us. That's something that we don't really have right now, but there are a lot of large projects looming, and all the governments are faced with probably substantial borrowing, which is concerning. So at least it would be helpful, I think, to the board to have a roadmap of what we can expect, so that we don't sort of use up our borrowing room and then discover that we have another huge project coming down the pipe. And we need to borrow for that too. So is there a prospect for next year of having a forecast?
The question was just asked here on the side of if that was something that would be probably more suitable for the budget debrief process. So I think we'll just put a pin in it for now, and we'll address that as part of the debrief.
Keep good notes for budget debrief.
Definitely keep a good parking lot list of items. Director Lee, I think you're the last hand.
It's actually a different subject. The what-if tax impact, for instance, it shows me at 7.58, and if I take off the not recommended, it takes me down to 6, which is, I think, all good news. But my question is, what is in the what-if? And more specifically, if I consider that there might be a report in the future that said if we worked these projects, we would actually had to add a staff, and it's not recommended to do that. Would that be in this figure?
Director Lee, I think you're specifically referring to the report about the parks, the suggested parks.
Yes.
Thank you. Is that within the what-ifs? Yeah.
The question is if not recommendeds are in the what if? The answer is yes. It's the what if is if all of everything in this agenda was incorporated into the budget, what the impact for 2025. What you don't see there, though, is especially those prorated staff as far as what the impact is for the subsequent year. But that's very difficult because you'll have some taxation that drops off and some that goes up. So
just to be clear, my concern is the Catherine and Dan Bosch, which had a dollar figure plus an additional staff add to parks. Is that in the not recommended?
Yeah, just giving staff an opportunity to.
we'll have to caucus and confirm that. I think when it comes up at the budget or at the actual agenda item, we'll be able to provide a response.
Yeah, yes, that's perfect.
Thank you. Director Bax, hopefully it's brief.
Yes, on the what if, The firefighter compensation and assistant fire chief, are they included in this what-if budget forecast?
I think the budget proposals that are in here that are costed are included, but decisions have not been made about the firefighter compensation side of the house, so I don't
So that's
believe
not
those numbers
included.
are included.
Well, because decisions haven't been made there, so, or numbers have not, so, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other hands up. So with that, we're going to move on to item 4.2, which is the divisional service plans, starting on page 15. These are here for information, or if directors have any specific questions they'd like to ask about any of them. I do ask that if you do have questions, please start with the division and the page number so that we can all catch up while you get going on your question. So directors, Director McMahon.
Yeah, I'll throw one out. The emergency program, which is on page 65, lists 7 FTEs. Do we have 7 people in that department? Or is that including a bunch of part-time semi-compensated volunteers? Or is it including, like, I didn't think we had that many people in our emergency program.
Good question. Senior Manager, did you have a answer to that?
Yeah, through the chair, my understanding is that the FireSmart portion is through that emergency management budget. So I believe, off the top of my head, 3.6 FTE is for FireSmart, but that's off the top of my head.
Short answer, yes. Director McMahon, follow up.
Yes, and the FireSmart, is that not on a, is that not going to expire, the funding for that program? So we don't have 7,
We received a
Permanent?
2-year funding
yeah.
agreement for that.
So we don't have 7 permanent FTEs in emergency.
Yeah.
So that's part of what was in the initial presentation, was, as you can see, there are some positions in 2025 that, like, we have a complement, and then you'll see a decrease in some year because we have term positions, and these would be some of those term positions.
Thank you. Additional questions, Director McMahon? Okay. I don't see any other hands. Director Gabius?
Yeah, not a question, just a comment that this was super helpful. So thank you, staff, for all the work on this. This was a really great document. Thanks.
I think it speaks to the detail that's in here, that there are as few questions as there are. Director Stanford, I see your hand.
I mean, I have a variety of questions, just looking at, being able to look at the divisional responsibilities like this is so helpful, but it does elicit questions. Without sort of prioritizing any, I'll just go with, I was looking at the Langdale dock and the overall costs. I'm just wondering, with the Langdale float, is there a
Sorry,
term?
Director Stanford,
Oh,
page
it's
number?
page 88. I think, yeah. Is there a term to that contract with BC Ferries, or is that just ongoing ad infinitum, the cost for the Langdale float? And if that's not an appropriate question, I can ask it later, because it's certainly not time sensitive.
Sorry, I'm trying to catch up because it's 87. Go, thank you. GM Gagnon?
Thank you for the question. It is a lease that's in place, but the exact dates for the expiry of the lease, I don't have off the top of my head, so I can certainly follow up on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee?
Oh, okay, I'm way back on page 23. There's a curiosity question. Administer with permit to practice obligations. It looks to me like we have to buy a permit to make documents and procedures. I'm kind of curious what it was. My sense of humor got me. page 23, and
Yep.
it's 1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
4,
sort of
5
halfway
from
down
the top.
the chart. CAO.
Yeah, so this is a new requirement through the Engineer and Geoscience of BC, and this is a professional requirement for all professional engineers in BC and anyone who hires those particular individuals. So it's a requirement through that association that requires us to meet certain standards. And so that's work that the asset management is taking on for the rest of the organization. We have to register, and there's certain compliance that we have to do, and we're subject to audits. So there's additional work for us to do there operationally. So right now, the staff have not come forward with any requests for additional resources, but it is some work that's ongoing within the organization.
So it's engineering support related. So, Director Stanford, your hand is up again still? Okay, residual. Director Lee, did you have anything else? No. In that case. Yep. All right. In that case, we're going to move on to item 4.4, which is 2025 proposed projects updated at round 2. These, I'm sorry, 4.3, I've already crossed it off my list. The 2025 draft support service allocation. It's here, this is on page 140. It's here for information, for questions. We don't have any decisions to make around this particular item. Directors, do you have any questions for staff? If not, we will move on to 4.4, which is the 2025 proposed projects updated at round 2. So like during round 1, this is here as a consolidated place for all the projects to live. They're sorted by discretionary, they're sorted the same way they were in round 1. We're not going to be making our decisions based off of these charts. We're going to be making our decisions later on in the agenda as we go through the additional reports. But in the meantime, are there any questions about anything within the spreadsheet separate from debate on the budget proposals? Okay. I don't see any hands. That's good. I expected us to have some questions here, so you can always ask them later on in the agenda, Director Lee, when we get to the budget proposals. So we're going to go in camera. So I do need a motion that the public be excluded from attendance at the meeting in accordance with section 90, 1A, C, E, G, and K of the Community Charter. Moved, seconded, all those in favor? That is carried. We have no questions, we have no gallery, so we will go in camera. Hopefully All right, and welcome back to the Sunshine Coast Regional District Finance Committee meeting for January 13th. It's 2:20 PM. We're going to resume the open portion of our meeting. And with that, we're going to move on to item 6.1, starting on page 156, which is Strategic Water Supply Expansion Scenario Analysis. And so with that, we'll turn it over to GM Rosenboom.
Thank you very much, Chair. There has been some requests from the board in the past for staff to present an overview of an analysis of all the different water supply projects SUD is currently considering, and how they relate to each other, and to what extent they on itself and combined could address some of the water supply issues we have. As there are currently some budget proposals in front of the board for consideration later on the agenda related to water supply expansion projects, staff prepared a report to analyze what the benefit of each of these projects is on itself, and combined with other projects that are currently being considered by the SUD. And staff are more than happy to provide any answers we can to any questions you might have.
Great, thank you very much. Director McMahon, I see your hand up.
Yeah, this was a good analysis. Thank you. It's helpful to get all these apples and oranges together in one place so that we can see what we're dealing with. I liked the water supply objectives that were outlined on page 157, although I will note that there is no November 31st. So what is the status of Marianne West? I noticed that well is not on this list anywhere. We did, test drill it, and we are, I understand, monitoring it. So what's going on with that one?
Thank you. Jim?
Thank you, Chair. You're correct. We're currently conducting monitoring on Marion West, and that's in conjunction with other work that the town of Gibsons is doing, and it ultimately should result in a more holistic understanding of the productivity of and the interconnection between the different areas within Aquifer 560, and could ultimately result in some more clarity about the feasibility of developing a production well on that site, and that we're not there yet.
Thank you. Just while I wait and see if anybody else has any questions, I'm noticing, or I see on page 158, near the top of the page, note 5, mentions here that the two wells in the Seashell area are assumed to have a productivity comparable to the Chester well. I know we haven't received the report yet on the test drilling, and we don't have those results to the board yet. But I'm assuming that, the note 5 being here indicates we don't have any gushers, so to speak, the way we did at Langdale. GM Rosenboom?
Thank you. You're correct so far, we don't. However, the well at the hospital site is still to be drilled. So that's the big unknown.
Thank you. And yeah, I guess sort of in reading through the rest of the report, the way that I read this is that, we really do need to move forward with the Langdale well field from a resiliency and sort of a demand perspective. I know last year I spoke in favor of deferring it a year, and I think waiting the year got us a lot more information that I feel more comfortable with the decisions that are in front of us now. I'm just wondering if my analysis of this report is really a fair conclusion, recognizing that Langdale is pretty much necessary from a resiliency and demand perspective.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that question. As indicated, I think it's all come down to table one on page 158 of the agenda package. The only scenario where Langdale is not required to meet the demands is if Cray Creek would be developed, and we have 2 wells in the Seashell area that are really productive. And Cray Creek is here assumed to be developed at the current rate that we are being able to use water from it. And both pieces of information we don't have yet. So it can take at least several months before we know that. However, Langdale well is a good resource, it's a very productive resource. We know what we have, and in 3 out of the 4 scenarios where we were able to meet the water supply objectives, most of the water supply objectives, it is an essential part of that scenario.
Okay, thank you for that. Director McMahon and then Director Inkster.
Yeah, seeing these on the same page helps, and seeing the volumes of water involved also helps, because then you can see that Langdale is big compared to some of these others. The Langdale project, as currently visualized, would go up North Road, which I notice is one of the areas that has deficient fire flow. So are there wins that you can get at the same time as you develop synchronicities? Yeah, that we could get, and how would that be reflected when we see our budgets and so forth?
Thank you very much, Chair. North Road is one of the areas where the fire flow is insufficient, but there is also some older water mains there. So at some point in the future, they would need to be upgraded regardless. So, and that's the same for some other infrastructure in the area. So currently those costs are considered in the Langdale as part of the Langdale well field project, but it's how you slice the dice.
Thank you. Director Inkster.
Thanks, Chair. I didn't hear a lot of reply to your questions about the Seashell wells, other than we're waiting for results. But I will reiterate again that I think staff knows that I have some other ideas about some of our other fields to not use potable water. But I'm not a water engineer, but I'm looking forward to those tests so that if in fact it's not flow, and I think staff knows this in consultation with our staff as well, that we can use maybe some of that water in that area, the forested area for our fields so that we get off the potable water system. So I'm waiting, and so we can have more discussions. I think it'll save a lot of water from fire water, home water in that area. So I hope these discussions continue on those Seashell wells. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Inkster. I'm looking forward to that report too, because I think, we had that meeting with our staff up at Kinnickinnick Sports Fields, for example, and if there's an opportunity to utilize that well in that area to supply the field, like we're working on with Cliff Gilker.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Piccadilly and Hackett next to get us off the water.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. Director Gavin.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at our lenses in our strategic plan, and especially at the climate resilience and environment, obviously to be more resilient, we need more water. But I'm wondering if we're to compare Langdale and Grey Creek, given that Grey Creek is surface water and might be more prone to be impacted by drought, like are there considerations there that we should be looking at in terms of climate resilience?
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair. Currently, the work that's currently being undertaken on Grey Creek is an hydrological assessment of the feasibility of Grey Creek. And the reason that work is undertaken, and there is a 3-year monitoring program being concluded at the moment, is to confirm what are the current summer conditions and what is the long-term forecast for flows, given that there will be an impact on climate change. So from that perspective, there's no guarantee yet that even though Great Creek, we are currently able to use it in summer months, that we can use it in 10, 15 years from now, and hence that a certain investment is warranted there. And that's exactly the type of information that staff hope to present to the board later this year, prior to any other work to be completed on that side.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether and when we are going to look at all the projects and rank them by priority, just all other things being equal, which comes first? Because we're not going to do all of them all at the same time, at least. I don't think we could possibly do that with our current staff. So are we going to come back for another look at this within the next fairly short time to establish priorities? And I realize that they may change, but it would be a starting point.
Yeah, did you want to speak to that? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. What I tried to outline in the report, what staff tried to outline in the report on page 160 and 61, is that in some cases it might be a situation of like Great Creek or the test wells that still need to be drilled. A prioritization of those projects is of no use unless we actually know that it is a feasible project. So in some cases, same with Lower Crown, until there is confirmation of funding, we don't know how to rank it and how to compare it. So that's why the table on page 161 provides an overview of when certain type of information is expected. And staff are fully aware that if certain confirmations might occur, that might have an impact on other decisions. So we can totally see why that maybe later this year, let's say 6 months from now, an update can be provided to the board with the status update. Where are the projects right then, and how do they rank, and what is the likelihood of certain scenarios given the information we have at that point in time. And what's also included in the board is a consideration for the board to, especially on Great Creek one, there is a budget proposal for Great Creek currently to advance that site, to do further work on that site, but it's all dependent on the information of the feasibility study that's still to be completed. So staff suggestion is that the board considers approving the budget, but with the caveat that no actual work is to be completed until we have confirmation that it's actually desired and it's a feasible site to move forward, instead of waiting another year before that direction is to be provided to the board to advance it, to staff to advance it. But that's something for the board to consider.
Thank you, GM Rosenboom. I was struggling with that because in an ideal scenario, we'd know exactly what critical dependencies even had timelines that we could factor in. Costs, operations, we'd have all of the results of everything, but that's part of us sort of moving each project along its own path, is that they're not going to line up for us at a convenient time. And so I appreciate the question from Director McMahon, but I struggled internally with how do you even compare a basket of apples when some of them are still growing? Director Stanford.
Yeah, I think one of the values that I received out of this report is there's no one answer. There's not one glaring obvious direction to go. This is always going to be a combination of not that they're less desirable, but that each project has its pros and cons, and we have to try and work them all together in a way that makes the most sense. The thing that I keep coming up with is there any one of these projects that are particularly vulnerable to U.S. technology, that we will be requiring technology across the border? Is that a vulnerability that we're looking at that we didn't need to worry about, say, 2 months ago? I'm not sure how that kind of global markets impacts any of our projects in particular. I'm sorry, that's not quite a fair question, but that's what's coming up in my head.
Yeah,
Manager Waldorf.
through the chair, I'll do my best to answer that. The bulk of the motors and pump equipment that we've used on the past projects, or at least that our contractors has decided to source through, are manufactured in Canada. I am less sure when it comes to electrical, like VFDs and the larger electrical components. But the motors, drives, and pumps, valves, et cetera, tend to be sourced through Canadian suppliers.
Thank you, Director Stanford. I don't see any other hands up. Director Lee, I think you get the last question.
Good. The redundancy and disaster mitigation aspect of this actually is something I think is quite important. We very easily could have an earthquake, for instance, that would wipe out Chapman Creek. And at that point, what do we have left, you know? And if you look at Grey Creek, for instance, it's not just the summertime we might need it. We might need it in the wintertime. And when you talk about 1.5 million cubic meters available, when there is enough water, and if we had a proper filtration plant, that's not something we should easily discard. So I think you have to be very specific about what your objectives are and the numbers. And I don't know that we have all of that yet. I know 300,000 probably pretty good for the summertime though, for the 5 months of the summer, which is important as well. Anyways, comments on that?
Thank you, Director Lee. GM Rosenblum.
Mr. Chair, I don't have a specific comment in terms of the resilience, but I was thinking about your question. Is there a project or is there something that we should pursue regardless? And I think the scenario analysis clearly identified if we want to continue to meet EFN, we are dependent on having the siphons, both siphon systems, as we currently have them in place. And we currently only have a permit until the end of the year, or we're seeking the permits until the end of the year. And that is, if we don't have those, then it would actually mean that we don't have the means to meet EFN from next year onwards. And Lower Crown is not, if Lower Crown were to proceed, that would not have an impact on that because that water will end up at the treatment plant and not back at the intake where we need to release it in order to meet EFN requirements.
Thank you. Director Lee, follow up.
No, that was part of my notes I forgot to mention. We could maintain the EFN if we lost the plant with a siphon, whereas we couldn't, the potable water doesn't work. But those siphons are extremely important for a large number of reasons, and I think we have to make it clear that we should leave those in place as our fallback for a lot of reasons, at least for the foreseeable future. Anyways, that's just back to my redundancy and disaster mitigation issue.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
On that topic, is there anything that we need to do to elevate the importance of that issue with the provincial government or with the Sechelt Nation or with anyone else?
I think we'll put a pin in that because it's not really part of the budget.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yep.
I'll add it to my parking lot.
Sounds good. Okay, I don't see any other hands up. I hear some chatter down there, but nobody's reaching for a microphone, so I assume that's not relevant right now. So, okay, thank you, Director Inkster. With that, we're going to move on in our agenda to item 6.2, which is 2025 Round 2 Budget Proposal for Regional Water Service, Function 370, starting on page 168. And in actuality, the first budget proposal's on page 169. And so, directors, any questions, discussions, comments, motions? This is the Langdale Wellfield construction with a 2025 funding of $18.1 million to be funded from a variety of sources. Director McMahon.
Yes, I was one of the people who favored putting this on hold last year. In retrospect, I'm glad we did because the project has come back to us better and less expensive, which is great. And now that I've seen all this supporting information, I'm in favor of it. But I will say that when I'm looking at the CCBF contribution from Area E, that includes not only all the fund that is there, but everything we're going to get in 2025, all the scheduled payments coming in 2025. And I'm a little uncomfortable with committing all of my CCBF until 2026 to this project, plus a couple of others, but the others are fine. So
If I may,
that part,
Director McMahon.
yes.
I've been thinking about this because we've got a couple of projects through the agenda that are codependent on the same pot of money. And I'm wondering if it would be pertinent for us to approve in principle this option and then revisit it at the end of the agenda before we adjourn. Because if we've either overspent or underspent or want to make any changes, like we shouldn't be playing with, $100,000 here or there on the fly. And so I think if we were to approve something in principle, we could still revisit that at the end of the agenda before we adjourn.
That would be great.
From a
Perhaps
process,
the chair could add it to the agenda.
from a process perspective, I'm just looking over at the CAO and the corporate officer. Is there any risk or problem with that? Okay. Thank you. Director Lee. Oh, I'm sorry. Director Bax, then Director Lee, then
Thank you.
Director Inkster.
Thank you. Yeah, my question does pertain to that particular question. So should we use our Community Works funds for this project? Is there going to be anything left over? Donna, did you look at it?
Director McMahon?
Nothing left over. So there is there's a Cliff Gilker Park project that needs to be funded.
No, that's included, but.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
think
Director Bax, the question you're asking, there was a separate table that showed the Community Works Fund contributions for 2025 budget proposals. Your Cliff Gilker Park project is considered as part of the funded projects. If we move forward with all the decisions as recommended for option 1 on the ones that come up, you will end up with a Community Works Fund balance of 0, but the projects will be funded for 2025, if I recall that correctly. And I'm seeing a head nod. Director Lee, then Director Inkster.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out, are we where we are starting to approve projects now for inclusion into the budget?
Yeah, we're on page 169.
Yeah, I think that's where I am. And then we have some information that talks about the big package at the end that we were given for directors, option 1, 2, 3. Do you remember it?
I'm sorry, Director Lee, I don't know what that we were given.
Oh.
We've
Okay.
got like our sample recommendations. What are you looking to?
How we decide how we're going to use our gas tax and community growing.
CAO?
So staff provided you with some just a reconciliation spreadsheet, so it should be in your resource material, in your package there. So, correct, there are some staff recommendations that are put in the budget proposal, but if you make changes, I'm going to have to try to reconcile on the fly. So I'll do that. And then what I heard the chair say was that you might want to just proceed as recommended, and then we could circle back. I don't know how that's going to work because there's some dependencies.
There is some dependencies, but ultimately at the fundamental, the Community Works Fund reconciliation document was not provided as part of this package. It is sitting in the share drive. It's not in the agenda itself. And so it's in the share drive, so it is another document you have to go open up. Let's just take 5 minutes to make sure everybody can find it. And welcome back to the Finance Committee meeting for January the 13th. Now that directors have a couple of supplemental documents, look around the room and have a look at my speakers list. Director Inkster.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, that information doesn't help me with my questions necessarily.
Perfect.
Nevertheless, I'm just going to ask probably an omnibus question to the CFO, acting CEO again. I look at the 17,922,0347, look at long-term debt. If we took that route, I was just going to ask where the payoff of the debt would come from. Would it be function specific? I'm assuming, so that would be a rate change. And if in fact it doesn't, does it go to general debt? I'm assuming not. If in fact we go that route, what's our debt? What is, as the regional district, what is our availability of debt, borrowing capacity? What percentage are we at now? And are the rec facilities paid off?
I'm going to take a stab at a couple answers before I hand it over to the CAO, while she figures through the first part of your question. The rec facilities, I'll have to look at her for
Okay,
answers.
so I had another question that you jumped in on. I just had
no.
a final question.
No, let's just hold on to the questions that you've got for the moment. I'm just going to
Okay.
go straight to the CAO.
Okay, so I got a fourth one when we come back then. Okay.
Okay, so first question, yes, based on the regional district model and per legislation, this would be funded through the regional service, and the service participants would be responsible for recovering the debt. Second one is when would the debt, and would we have to amend the associated rates? No, because timing of debt would not come online until later on, so that would be contemplated as part of the 2026 rates, because this year would focus on doing the AAP and process and potentially some of the other components associated to go on. And then the regional district does have a debt management policy. However, per legislation, the regional district, unlike municipalities, do not have a debt servicing ceiling, and that's partly because of the model. Regional district and all member municipal debt goes under the regional district. However, the board's policy does say that we will mirror the legislation of up to 15% of revenue. We're nowhere near, but definitely we are taking on more debt. I would have to refer to the last debt management policy report that we did provide, which I think was at the last October Finance Committee. And then the last one is whether or not the community recreation facilities in 2025, we do have the last large debt payment for the majority of the security issuing of the community recreation facilities. And then there is a ancillary for the equipment that's coming out in 2026.
Thank
I
you.
think that was all of them.
And it was the lack of legislation around the debt ceiling that I was going to answer before I handed it over to the CAO. So
Yeah, well, that's because
Follow up?
we borrow through us for everybody, but I'm glad we're paying 15% and we're much lower than that. That's what I wanted to hear. But what my follow-up or my additional question, Chair, through you to the CFO was, will there be a reduction in tax requisition in 26 because the rec facilities have been paid off?
that's a trap. We've had that conversation a couple times over the last couple years because there is other capital works that are going to need to be funded long-term for those recreational facilities. So while the debt payment line item might come off, we may have to add back on a capital parcel tax, so to speak. I think I've got that generally right. I don't know if the CAO wants to speak to that.
Yes, however, I understand that maybe the line of questioning is related to something falls off if something comes back on, but we don't have a very accurate outlook to that because we do have other debts that are coming off in the next 2 or 3 years. One is actually the original funding for the water treatment plant, and there's something related to the transit expansion. There's Field Road. There's multiple. So I would reference back to the debt report to see where we're sitting and when things are going to be falling off just from a holistic perspective.
Perfect, thank you very much.
Chair, I'm just asking because the rec facilities were up close to $30 million, and these projects would in most cases fall below that. So I'm thinking there's gonna be a difference, and I'm just looking for, before I support something that's an overall reduction, if possible, in tax hit to the ratepayers. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm always looking for that. Yeah. I don't, you know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Director McMahon?
Yeah, as part of the AAP process, will taxpayers be told how much their utility rates would go up as a result of the borrowing?
So what happens when we conduct the AAP, that has to be part of the question. And so we have to do an estimate of what the rate will include and the approximate timing of when it would come online.
Right, so it will be an informed decision on the part of taxpayers, hopefully. I would like to move that, where am I here? That the Langdale Wellfield Construction Project, page 169, be approved and incorporated into the 2025 budget.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. And of course, the idea is that we will go through the budget, and then when we get to the end of our meeting, we will just double check the community building fund and that we're happy with everything. All right. Do I have any speakers to the motion on the floor? This is voting water service, which is everybody that's in the room. Is that? All right, and Director McMahon, there is an additional component on the recommendations sheet here, which, and that the future full-time equivalent for this budget proposal be incorporated as follows. 2026 would be existing 0.08, additional would be 0.40, total for this project 0.48, which would be the same for 2027, and then for 2028, it would be 0.08 for existing, 0.35 for additional, 0.43 total for the project, and then in 2029, 0.08, 0.35 with 0.38. And I'm reading all that out because the folks following along at home don't have that, so. Is that part of your motion?
That's exactly what I said.
I'm pretty sure it was, thank you. And is my seconder happy with that verbiage that was missed? Yes. Thank you. Director Lee, I see your hand up.
Was the motion made in relation to one of the pages here we are looking at? Like page 169, for instance?
Yes.
Okay, so it's 169 and 170 if one was to make a motion that we accept the recommendations on 169, 170.
No, it's the recommendation that's in the handout. We have our recommendations, just like we did in round one, are provided to us in the separate handout document. This
so it's
this
just the budget?
particular one, because of the project complexity, has an entire 2/3 of a page dedicated to just the recommendation for this project. And that is what Director McMahon made.
I'm just trying to follow up in case I get to do one.
Well, this is a one-off, so you don't get to make this one because somebody else already
gee.
did.
So what was the motion? Budget proposal number 3? Is that what it was?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And none opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much. Now, moving on to budget proposal number 5 on page. Jim Rosenboom.
Thank you, Chair. I was actually trying to, if I could,
introduce this item with a few sentences.
Okay, sure.
So last year, the board deferred budget proposal for further work on water reservoir on Site B to the 2025 budget process. Staff reviewed that budget proposal that was deferred to this year, and in light of the collaboration and the MOU with the Seychelles Nation, the proposal is to broaden the horizon of that of the potential work to more include further feasibility study work on the development of a rural water reservoir. Next to, of course, the work that we're currently already doing on collaboration we have ongoing on lower ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim Rosenboom. So that is budget proposal number 5 on page 171, which is feasibility study and development, raw water reservoirs, 2025, 2026. This one also has a special recommendation within the handouts we received this morning. Director Bax.
Yes, the regional, I move that the Regional Water Service 370 budget proposal number 5, that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated. Budget proposal number 5, feasibility study and development, raw water reservoirs, $399,872 funded from operating reserves and including a 0.35 full-time equivalent for 2025 and a 0.55 FTE for 2026.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Director Stanford. Any other discussion on this particular item? Director Bax, I see your hand up. I assume that's residual. In that case, I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. So next up, we have budget proposal number 9 on page 172. Senior utility operator, including light duty truck FTE increase. Directors, the information's there. It's $163,089 funded from a combination of capital reserves for the truck and user fees for the FTE. I guess my question for staff, but while I wait to see if there's speakers, what would be the impact of us deferring this, or is this the positions that we've just approved in the last 2 items, basically?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. No, this is not. These are not the positions that or equivalent to the position that were just reported on and discussed. This would be an additional position within the operations team. So those senior operator is somebody that's providing on-the-ground supervision to staff on the actual day-to-day delivery of our services and addressing issues. And what we're seeing is that we have a lot of new staff, a lot of recruitment challenges as well. So there's a lot of turnover. And what we're missing is more senior staff that can actually support and provide training to the more junior staff on the day-to-day operations and maintenance of our system. And it's primarily just having more senior staff available to do that work, but also provide input on the capital projects that we're undertaking. And, for example, commissioning of projects or leak resolution that we're trying to do. So it's more creating more senior staff on the operating side so that we can do a better job and on those kind of items. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director McMahon.
Yeah, just 2 questions. One is, how does this align with the operations, infrastructure operations review that's underway right now? And do we foresee challenges recruiting for this position?
Thank you for the question. Recruiting for technical staff, technical water operations staff is always an interesting feat. It's always challenging, retaining them as well. So this, I think for a senior position like this, senior operating position like this, I think we could be successful. I think we might even have internal applicants that might be willing to supply. So I think it could also support recruitment here and succession planning. how this aligns with those study, with that preliminary infrastructure services review is to be determined. Based on experience, we wouldn't, let's put it that way. Staff wouldn't have proposed this this budget proposal if we wouldn't have seen this as a kind of no regret position to be added to the complement we already have at the moment.
Thank you. Director Bax.
Yeah, I see this as a position that allows for less interruption in the operations department, so they don't have to put tools down so much and walk away from projects that they're working on. I was wondering if the price of the truck comes with an extended warranty.
That's not relevant to today's meeting. Any other discussion from directors? Director Gabius?
Not a question, but I know it says that, electric truck if possible, and just really want to encourage. Hopefully we can find something, because otherwise we're locking ourselves in with another gas-powered vehicle. So really encouraging staff to hopefully find a nice electric option. Thanks. I haven't? Yes, no one has. Okay, let's see here. I will move that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2025 budget, which is budget proposal number 9, senior utility operator, including light-duty truck, FT increase.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for it? I do have a seconder. Director Inkster, you look puzzled.
No, I didn't.
We've got policies around these things, so that's fine. But we do have a motion on the floor. I don't see any hands up. So I will call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed, which is myself, that motion is carried. And with that, I think that takes us to the end of this particular item in our agenda. So we move on to item 6.3, which is 2025 Round 2 Budget Proposal for Water Services, 365, 366, 370. And that is one budget proposal 13 on page 176, which is the Cross Connection Control Program. And that's $90,000 funded from operating reserves across the 3 functions. Director Bax.
We've heard enough about this. I would like to propose that we incorporate this into the 2025 budget, the budget proposal number 13, 365, 366, 370, Cross Connection Control Program.
Thanks.
On page 176, is that correct?
There is, technically speaking, 2 options available to us on page 177. Option 1 would look at the start of implementation, I believe, is basically the primary difference. Whereas option 2 would only be the development, and then there would have to be an additional budget request for implementation. But you did mention $90,000, which is the option 1. So if that's what you would like to move.
Yes, make it so.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Director Gabius. Director McMahon.
Yes, I think we've heard enough about this to know that it needs to be done, but the question I asked the other day and never really heard the answer to was, what would the implications of deferring this be?
Thank you for the question, Director, through the chair. I think it's a risk question. Every day that we don't have cross connection control program, there's a risk that there's undesired contamination of our system, which could result in financial, legal, as well as regulatory implications to the SRD. So it's a matter of risk tolerance. And if we were to delay this to the for a year, as indicated in the report on January 9, we're now looking at full implementation of the program in 2027. So depending if approved, if delayed, and or option 2 would result in 2028 at the earliest for a full program to be implemented.
Follow up or?
I'm just concerned about staff capacity, given the number of utility projects that we've got going on here. We haven't had this program in place for 25 years or something. So I realize that there is a risk and the infrastructure isn't getting any younger, but maybe this is something that we should look at deferring. Just my suggestion.
And I guess I'm looking at it from the other perspective in that it's something that's being recommended to fund from operating reserves. We do still have all the corporate prioritization work that we need to do once we approve some budget proposals. And so if this gets above the red line, it gets worked on. If it doesn't get above the red line, it doesn't get worked on, or maybe it gets worked on later in the year if something comes up completed faster. So from that perspective, I'm interested in moving it forward so it's at least on the books, because I think that shows a commitment from the board that we know that this is work we need to do. So, GM Rosenboom?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As a follow-up on that, VCH, Vancouver Coast Health, is aware of our situation, is definitely also encouraging us to move forward. And in terms of work capacity, a lot of the majority of the funding requested would be to hire a contractor to take work from us, away from us, so that we don't have to do it ourselves, but that the contractor would take on the majority of the work. So of course there will be staff time required, but not as significant as if we would undertake it in-house. Thank you.
I did have one question about, so it's the $90,000 to be funded from operating reserves. Other reports that we've had have talked about this being potentially a user pay program. So I just looking to sort of reconcile those two funding streams. I'm assuming this is to sort of catch up and get to a baseline. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. The ultimate intent is that it will be user fee funded program, but the development and implementation phase would indeed is proposed to be funded from operating reserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question. This is voting everybody that's in the room. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. That takes us to the end of that report. So we're moving on to item 6.4, which is 2025 Round 2 Budget Proposal for various functions, forklift replacement, 312, 366, 370. Budget Proposal 1 on page 180 is the forklift replacement. So that looks like there's a purchase of a forklift and moving around a number of other forklifts to get right-sized on all of our forklift operations. Director Bax, I see your hand up.
I am in favor of forklifts, always. I would like to move the recommendation as it appears on page 180, forklift replacement.
Sorry, there is no recommendation on page 180,
The
Director
budget
Bax.
proposal, sorry, the budget proposal.
Approve and incorporate.
Approve and incorporate budget proposal number 1 on page 180.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. Director Lee, I see your hand up.
Just confirming that the South Pender plant is all paved, is that why it makes sense?
That's correct. It's less outdoor work as compared to the other sites.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other hands up. This is voting all directors. I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion's carried. Okay. Thank you. So next up, we're moving to item 6.5. Thank you to our infrastructure team. We're moving on to item 6.5 in the agenda, which is Gibsons and District Fire Protection Function 210 deficit. That's starting on page 184. This is here for information. Directors, do you have any questions? Director McMahon.
Yep, just a question to staff, which is, if a department goes significantly over budget, what are the consequences?
CAO?
Well, There's a number of factors. One is, have policies been followed? What are the mitigating circumstances? So we understand that this has multiple reasons why the division went over budget. I think there will be some further follow-up with staff just about, ensuring these things don't happen going forward, and maybe even some subsequent board policy and operational policies as well.
Seeing no other questions, we're going to move on to item 6.6, which is Gibson's and District Fire Protection, Function 210, Capital Funding Update. And this is on page 186 of the agenda package. This one does have recommendations on the page. And this is voting EF and Town of Gibson, so it's EF at the moment. It's a good news story for Gibson's and District. And yeah, looking for a motion from Director McMahon, perhaps.
Oh, absolutely. We are, delighted and yeah, to actually receive this enormous donation, which is very much appreciated by the residents of the Gibsons and District Fire Protection Area. And so I am very pleased to move the recommendations on page 186.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder of the two users that are currently in the room, so I think that's appreciated. I don't see any other discussion on the motion. I will call the question of the two of you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And thank you, Manager Doyle, for your presence today.
Waited all day for this.
Now, I will ask the Function 210 participants. There's only two of the three of you here right now. Would you like to discuss this item, or do you want to push it later in the agenda, perhaps to tomorrow? Director Stanford?
If the third participant is expected to be here, then yes, I always prefer to have full components here when we vote on this kind of thing.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Fine. Like if, what she said.
Thank you. I don't have anything to share with you or tell you right now. Director White did have to leave. So we will, let's deal with the other fire departments and maybe we'll take a quick break. And I'll see if I can get an answer. And then we'll circle back around. Okay? So with that, we're going to move to 6.8, which is round 2 budget proposal for Roberts Creek Fire Protection. This is starting on page 193. Bear with me one moment while I catch up my pages. I know Director Bax is roaring and ready to go. So looking at budget proposal number 1 on page 194, this is Roberts Creek Fire Protection base budget increase. There is 2 options here. Director Bax.
Thank you. I would like to see the following budget proposal approved and incorporated. Option 1, budget proposal number 1 on page 194, $15,000 per year to as a I believe it's a base budget increase, and I'd like to see that incorporated, please.
I believe, yeah, CAO.
Yeah, so if you just bring your attention to page 194 of the budget proposal, and in the detailed breakdown, I think there was some amounts included in option 1 that are considered in subsequent budget decisions. So I think for now, the option 2 is the one that's just specific to base budget.
Option one would be if you weren't moving forward with the second budget proposal.
I do have a question, yeah. Are they out of order, kind of? Should they be switched around so we make a decision on the second one first?
Well, it's your area, so if you think you're going to vote against yourself, now's the time
I'm
to
not
talk
going to
about
vote
it.
against myself, but does it make more sense for me to vote option two? If I'm
Option
doing-
two is the. Okay, fine, let's talk about budget proposal two. However, before we go into that, I do want to address something because it does talk about TBC for funding numbers in the open agenda. Firefighter compensation was discussed in the in-camera meeting earlier today under section 91C of the community charter. So staff reports for items 6.7 through 6.10, budget proposals pertaining to firefighter compensation are basically to be completed with dollar values and implementation dates only. We're not getting into any deep debate or discussion. If you've got any questions about what those values are, I do have them here on my sheet, so I can clarify. So with the Roberts Creek example, looking at budget proposal number 2, for example, the director could move $79,045 with an implementation date of August 1st. That being said, I will go to the area director.
Is that the
Yes,
amount that you have there?
yep.
Because I see a different amount in the in-camera agenda that we discussed earlier for implementation August 1st.
Let's take just a couple minutes just to make sure we got the
Thank
right
you.
numbers.
Yep, take a break.
And welcome back to the Finance Committee meeting. It's 3:38 PM. Got some clarification of the numbers we're talking about and the motion that we're making today. So for example, should the director so decide, the recommendation could read that the following budget proposal number 2, SCRD firefighter compensation action plan for Roberts Creek fire protection, function 212, in the amount of $79,045, be funded through taxation based on an August 2025 implementation date, and that in support of firefighter compensation action plan implementation, the following engagement, monitoring, and reporting activities be undertaken in 2025. 1, community engagement related to firefighter compensation models, costs, and benefits. And 2, continued engagement with firefighters towards 2026 budget proposals to further update volunteer firefighter compensation. Director Bax.
And this is the budget proposal I intend to make.
Thank you, Director Bax. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Director Gabius. Director McMahon, I see your hand up.
Shoot, I think you just addressed my issue, which was that we will be communicating with the public about the firefighter compensation model.
Yes, we will. Okay, I've got a motion and a seconder. This is voting all directors because it's a single participant service. I don't see any other hands up. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Now, Director Bax, now that budget proposal 2 is dealt with, would you like to deal with budget proposal number 1?
I would be fine to deal with this. I move that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2025 budget. Budget proposal number 1, as it appears on page 194, with the option number 2, $5,000 a year.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Director Gabius. Are there any other questions or discussion from directors? If not, down here. I will call the question, voting all directors. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And so budget proposal number 3 on page 196. This is Roberts Creek Assistant Chief of Training and Safety, $35,270 funded from taxation. Director Bax.
Thank you. I move that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2025 budget. Budget proposal number 3, as it appears on 196, the Roberts Creek Assistant Chief of Training and Safety.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Director Stanford. Director McMahon.
Sorry, I think I'm finding the answer to my question. I was wondering when the position starts, but it says proration 6 months.
I see a head nod, so that would seem to indicate that's correct.
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Director Bax, I see your hand up. Is that a question or residual? Okay, then in that case, I don't see any other hands up. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. That takes us to the end of Roberts Creek. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 6.9, round 2 budget proposal for Half Moon Bay Fire Protection 216. This is starting on page 198. And so we start with budget proposal number 1, which is Half Moon Bay Deputy Fire Chief, 0.5 FTE increase. Director Gabius.
Yeah, thanks. And I just want to start with a question, if I may, Chair. I was trying to find other areas that are similar to Half Moon Bay in population and looking at their fire departments and how they're staffed, just to see like what the you know, the best practices or what other people are doing. And I'm just wondering if with a chief and a deputy chief, does that take us closer to where we should be, or like how do we stack up with other, understanding that everybody's different and does things differently, but how do we stack up?
Thank you for the question, through the chair. What I found in the Coast Corridor Association, which I chair with Squamish and the Coast Corridor, and we meet regularly, finding that departments like ours are now having chiefs and deputy chiefs and some other staffing and depending on what their needs are. So we're getting in line with that. And now with Roberts Creek 0.5 just being approved, they'll be at a 2.0 as well. So they'll be getting in line with the fire departments and likewise size of ours.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so I will, there it is. I'd like to move that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2025 budget, which is Budget Proposal 1, Half Moon Bay Deputy Chief, 0.5 FTE increase.
Thank you. Oops. Thank you for that. I've got a seconder. Director McMahon, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I notice it's prorated 10 months, so I assume there's somebody already in the position, and you don't have to go out and hire.
Thank you for the chair. Question to the chair. Yes, we currently have a 0.5 deputy and there'll be an increase to his hours.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. Again, single participant service, so this will be voting all directors. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. All right, looking at budget proposal number 2. That is on page 200 of the agenda. That's SCRD Firefighter Compensation Action Plan. Director Gavious.
Thank you, and our deputy chief is excellent, by the way. Yes, I want to first say thank you to the committee, to everybody that was involved in this. That was a lot of work, and it's big, and we need to get it right. So thank you, everybody, for all the work. And, you know, if I may just say a few words, like the reality is that our volunteer firefighters are now so much more than firefighters. They keep us safe. They're first responders. They're traffic controllers. They do so many things. They're held to increasingly high standards. Their training needs to match to get them to those high standards. And, you know, and I think more importantly, we're about to need them big time. I think with what we're seeing happening all over the world, here in the province, and then now in Los Angeles, like they are an incredible asset to our community, and they're so incredible. There's so much love for the Half Moon Bay Fire Department, and I'm so lucky because they're an amazing group, and I've been lucky enough to see them interact together, and they're a family. So, and we need to keep that going. So that being said, I will move in the special sheet here the following budget proposal be included.
Yep, you got it. Budget proposal 2, just fill in the appropriate department there.
Budget proposal number 2, SCRD Firefighter Compensation Action Plan, Half Moon Bay Volunteer Fire Department, $84,734, funded through taxation based on an August 2025 implementation date. Be approved.
And then the rest of that.
I got to read that too.
You sure do.
Oh, be approved and incorporated in the 2025 budget, and that in support of Firefighter Compensation Action Plan implementation, the following engagement, monitoring, and reporting activities be undertaken in 2025. 1, community engagement related to firefighter compensation models, costs, and benefits. And 2, continued engagement with firefighters toward 2026 budget proposal to further update volunteer firefighter compensation.
Good job reading my garbage handwriting.
I did it.
Do I have a seconder for that motion? Thank you. I've got a couple of seconders. Is there any discussion on the motion that's on the floor? If not, I will call the question. Voting all directors, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. That takes us to the end of Half Moon Bay. Director White has rejoined us for a short period, but he does have another meeting that he has to attend. So Director Lee, with your indulgence, I'd like to jump back to Gibson's and District Fire Department so we can take care of that now. So with that, we're going to just step back to 6.7, which is 2025 Round 2 Budget Proposal for Gibsons and District Fire Protection, Function 210, starting on page 188, and I need to find my paperwork again. So budget proposal number 1 is Assistant Fire Chief Prevention and Safety. That's on page 188. Directors, any discussion, question, recommendations? 3 participant service, EF and Town of Gibsons. Director Stanford.
I move that the budget proposal on page 188, number 1 is GDVFD, Assistant Fire Chief Prevention and Safety, be approved, incorporated into the 2025 budget.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. Is there any discussion on the motion? Director White?
Oh, sorry, doing my best here. We're looking at in a very difficult situation here. I recognize the need for this at some point. Last time I looked at our where we are at with taxes and Gibsons, we're over 10%. And that was a hard pill to swallow earlier this morning, and I can't really support much more at this point.
Okay.
And we've got to bring that down. So I understand that my colleagues are good with this, and we're in a different place than Gibson's with our taxes, including let's not forget our municipal tax is taxes as well, which we shared with everybody. That situation the other day. So
Okay.
I can't support.
You broke up there a little bit, but I think we got the crux of it, which is that you're not supportive of it at this time. Thank you, Director White. Director McMahon.
Yes, I had cherished fond hopes that we might keep the tax increase this year down around 5%, maybe 6%. And unfortunately, additional staffing and firefighter compensation is going to considerably inflate that number. But I'm afraid we're going to have to bite the bullet. I don't really see any options right now. I will have a lot more to say about it later and on my website and in my newsletter, but I think we have to move forward.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to call the question, EF and Town of Gibsons. All those in favor? Okay, that's 2 in favor. Opposed? Director White opposed. Thank you, Director White. I assume you want that recorded. The motion's carried, and that will be recorded. Okay, so that's that one. Budget proposal number 2, which is SCRD Firefighter Compensation Action Plan, EF and Town of Gibsons. The budget proposal, based on sort of what we've been doing with everybody else, would be that the budget proposal for Firefighter Compensation Action Plan, Gibsons and District Fire Protection, $150,127, funded through taxation based on an August 2025 implementation date, and that in support of Firefighter Compensation Action Plan implementation, the following engagement, monitoring, and reporting activities be undertaken in 2025. 1, community engagement related to firefighter compensation models, costs, and benefits. And 2, continued engagement with firefighters towards 2026 budget proposals to further update volunteer firefighter compensation. However, directors are welcome to, do something different. Director McMahon.
I would make that motion.
You were making that motion?
Yes.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder from Director Stanford. Thank you. So that would see us looking at this and sort of revisiting it towards the 2026 budget cycle. Any questions or discussion? If not, I'll call, Director White.
Yeah, I just have to restate I really like that, that second piece of the motion that's been added there. So thanks board, thanks staff, whoever's worked on that in the last bit, but still can't, overall, big picture, still can't support a 10% tax increase to the town of Gibson. So I'll be saying no for this.
Okay. Thank you, Director White. I will call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Director White opposed. That motion is carried. Okay. And that takes us to the end of Gibson's and District firefighter budget proposals. So now, thank you, Director White, for rejoining us. You're welcome to stay for the next few minutes. Otherwise, we're moving on to Egmont and District Fire Protection. So with that, report 6.10, starting on page 202, budget proposal number 1 on page 202 is firefighter compensation action plan. If the director so felt inclined, the motion might read that budget proposal number 2, SCRD firefighter compensation action plan for Egmont and District Fire Protection in the amount of $17,643, funded through taxation based on an August 2025 implementation date, be approved and incorporated, and that in support of firefighter compensation action plan implementation, the following engagement, monitoring, and reporting activities be undertaken in 2025. 1, community engagement related to firefighter compensation models, costs, and benefits. And 2, continued engagement with firefighters towards 2026 budget proposals to further update volunteer firefighter compensation. However, you're welcome to do as you please, Director Lee.
Yes, I'd like to make that motion, please.
Thank you, Director Lee, and I've got a seconder for that. This is a single participant service, so it will be voting all directors. Are there any discussion, questions related to the motion? It should feel oddly familiar at this point. If not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's move on to 6.11, which is 911 emergency telephone, starting on page 205. And so, a little bit of staff shuffle going on. Thank you, everybody. All right, budget proposal number 1, which is 911 radio upgrade, final phase, on page 205. There are 2 options here. Option 1, I believe, is the option that was used in calculating the other funds balances. Just look to either Tara or the CAO. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tara. So yeah, that would be $1.1 million funded by equipment financing debt for $734,830 and capital reserves for $365,170. Directors, any discussion, motions? This is voting all directors. Director Stanford? Oh, okay. Let you all get your pages sorted out. This is where the proposed sample recommendations come back into play. Director McMahon.
Sure, I'll take a kick at this. So I would like to move that the budget proposal on page 205 for 911 radio upgrade be approved and incorporated into the 2025 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, I do. Director Lee.
Was that using option 1?
That is using option 1.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Is there any other discussion or debate? Actually, sorry, directors, I don't have the chart in front of me myself. I should. Yeah. Anyways, it's okay. We have a motion on the floor. Director McMahon, I see your hand up. I've got too many papers I'm trying to keep track of here, so.
Yeah, just a quick question. I think we changed the funding on this one because of using growing communities elsewhere, which is fine. So when we do equipment financing debt, how long is that? How long does what's the term of the loan?
I think it's typically 5 years, but I'll look to the CAO.
So this is one where if we decide in one area, and so the Langdale well was considering if we used all of the remaining uncommitted.
The question was about the term of funding for equipment financing.
The term for equipment financing, I don't know if we've decided that yet. 5 years is equipment financing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion on the motion? If not, I will call the question. This is voting all. All those in, you're just pre-voting, Director Bax?
Absolutely.
Thank you. You can vote for real now. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. Okay. Budget proposal number 2 on page 207, Chapman 911 Tower Project budget increase. $66,705 funded from capital reserves. Director McMahon.
Yes, the phrase "at risk of collapse" is kind of an attention grabber, so I would like to move that the budget proposal on page 207 for 911 tower project budget increase be approved and incorporated into the 2025 budget.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. Is there any other discussion, debate, contemplations of the motion that's on the floor? If not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, directors, that takes us to the end of the 911 emergency telephone. Now, before we move on in our agenda, what is your wish? It's 4 o'clock. We do still have a fair bit left. Director Inkster.
Okay, so you probably gave it up now, doing this, but how much time do you think this will take? You used to predict.
We should be done by the end of 2025 at this point.
Not helpful.
Thank you.
But if it takes 2 hours, should we come back tomorrow? Because you're asking us that.
I thought we would be done by now, so I have no idea at this point.
It used to be good till now.
I know. Gotta miss at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah. CAO?
Well, I also think, we're going to have, we have staff too that we probably have to consult with to see if they can be available. My suggestion is we reconvene tomorrow while we're fresh.
Yeah. We've kind of exhausted the day.
Yeah, in our chair.
She thinks we'll be fresh. She hopes.
She hopes we'll be fresh, Director Inkster. So I guess I need a motion to recess till tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you. Moved, seconded. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 9:30.